aire acondicionado, esas cosas. Sí, esta se escucha bien. Sí, 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 se escucha.
Ah, hay que hablar así. Hola, buen día. Eh, Estaba preguntando si tenemos alguna forma de ordenar un poco esto, que se ve. Buenos días a todas y todos los distinguidos participantes y panelistas. Es un honor darles la bienvenida al segundo día de las jornadas Inria Chile 2023. Este es un evento que ha sido organizado por Inria Chile en colaboración con la Universidad de Chile, la Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile, la Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María y la Universidad de Concepción, y con el apoyo de la Agencia Nacional de Investigación y Desarrollo, ANID. Comenzamos en esta segunda jornada hoy en la Facultad de Ciencias Físicas y Matemáticas de la Universidad de Chile. Mañana, miércoles, continuaremos en la Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María en Valparaíso y el día de cierre estaremos en la Universidad de Concepción. Estos 4 días son una oportunidad única para compartir conocimientos, explorar colaboraciones y destacar avances significativos en el ámbito de las ciencias digitales. Les informamos que el idioma oficial del evento será en inglés, por lo que continuaremos en dicho idioma. Good morning to all distinguished participants and panelists. It is a honor to welcome you to the second day of the Scientific Session Inria Chile 2023. This event has been organized by Inria Chile in collaboration with Universidad de Chile, Universidad Católica, Universidad Técnica Federico Santa María, and Universidad de Concepción, with the support of Agencia Nacional de Investigación y Desarrollo, ANID. We begin this second day today here at the Faculty of Physical and Mathematical Sciences at Universidad de Chile. Tomorrow, Wednesday, we will continue at the Federico Santa María Technical University in Valparaíso, and the closing day we will be at the Universidad de Concepción. These 4 days provide a unique opportunity to share knowledge, explore collaborations, and highlight significant advances in the field of digital sciences. Now, it's my honor to introduce to you the welcome words of the Acting Dean Marcela Munizaga, our host here at the Facultad de Ciencias Físicas y Matemáticas of Universidad de Chile. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It is my honor and my pleasure to be here giving these welcome words to our Faculty of Physical and Mathematical Science at Universidad de Chile, the oldest university in the country. We really congratulate and applaud this initiative led by Inria that will gather researchers from many different universities from Chile, also from France, in 4 different locations in 3 cities. It is really a very good opportunity for our researchers. The research work, you can certainly do it in your own. You can start to work in your own office, and if you work hard enough, you will probably get interesting results. But if you want to get significant results that will make a contribution that will really impact society, you need to work collaboratively. So we thank Inria for getting us together to discuss, to talk, to listen, to interact, talking about data, artificial intelligence, and other fascinating topics that I know I saw in the program. I wish all the attendants to have a productive and interesting and exciting activity. And thank you very much for choosing Universidad de Chile as one of the locations for this wonderful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean Munizaga. Thank you very much for sharing your insights and vision with us today. Now, I leave you with Nicole Ehrenfeld, Deputy Director of Centers and Associative Research of the National Agency for Research and Development, ANID. We warmly invite her to share a few words with us.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to ask for your apologies. I didn't prepare my words in English, so I will tell them in Spanish. Estimados y estimadas, buenos días. Quisiera partir saludando primero a la dueña de casa, la señora Marcela Munizaga, decana subrogante de la Facultad de Ciencias Físicas y Matemáticas de la Universidad de Chile. Muchas gracias a Nayat Sánchez por esta invitación, directora del Centro ANID Inria Chile. También a la señora Cecil Vigoró, directora de Relaciones Internacionales de Inria. Y finalmente a Héctor Ramírez, director del Centro de Movimiento Matemático de la Facultad, que nos acoge hoy día. Nos es muy grato, como subdirección de Centro de Investigación Asociativa de la Agencia Nacional de Investigación y Desarrollo ANID, poder estar presentes en esta segunda edición de las Jornadas Científicas del Instituto Francés de Investigaciones en Ciencias y Tecnologías Digitales, Inria Chile. Ayer me enteré de que Inria Chile es actualmente la única sede de esta prestigiosa entidad francesa de investigación ubicada fuera de Francia, lo que habla, por una parte, de la excelencia académica que podemos encontrar a nivel nacional en temas de investigación en ciencias y tecnologías digitales, y por otro lado, la sólida relación bilateral que tenemos entre Chile y Francia, que se remonta desde el siglo XIX. Bueno. Ok, muchas gracias. Hoy nos encontramos en el segundo día de este encuentro internacional que nos entregará 4 interesantes días de conferencias magistrales y conversatorios sobre tópicos que están en la frontera del conocimiento y cuyos resultados aplicados han ido moldeando la vida moderna, como es el caso de la inteligencia artificial, el modelamiento matemático y la simulación, así como temas urgentes como el cambio climático y la biodiversidad, entre muchos otros. Por cierto, un elemento muy destacable de las presentes jornadas científicas de Inria es que vuelven a la modalidad presencial, lo cual aplaudimos, y que se realizan en nuestro país, en 3 regiones distintas: Metropolitana, Valparaíso y Biobío. Felicitamos al equipo de Inria por abordar este enorme desafío de realizar este evento en 3 distintas regiones y que permite mostrar al mundo de que en Chile cuenta con distintos polos de desarrollo científico-tecnológico a lo largo del territorio nacional. Más todavía, ya. Nos complace mucho además que muchos de los y las investigadoras que participarán de esta iniciativa son parte de nuestra red de centros ANID junto con INRIA. Tal es el caso de centros como el CENIA, el IMFD, el IGEL, el CMM, el COPAS, entre otros. La diversidad de líneas de investigación presentes es un indicador de la importancia que tiene el enfoque multidisciplinar para el mundo de la investigación moderna. Abordar problemas científico-tecnológicos complejos desde diferentes disciplinas es esencial para obtener soluciones completas. En este sentido, las ciencias digitales son un contexto propicio para la vinculación entre diversas disciplinas. A través de la informática, la tecnología, de la información y la inteligencia artificial, es posible abarcar un enfoque interdisciplinario que involucra la aplicación de técnicas y métodos computacionales en diversas disciplinas para abordar problemas complejos en campos como la medicina, la biología, la ingeniería y otros, llegando a distintas soluciones. Las ciencias digitales buscan aprovechar las capacidades computacionales para modelar, analizar y comprender fenómenos en diferentes dominios, impulsando así la innovación y contribuyendo al avance global del conocimiento. Otro de los objetivos de las jornadas de INRIA es acercar y reunir a la comunidad científico franco-chilena. Es un esfuerzo de vinculación y sinergia impulsado desde la institucionalidad al cual ANIT adhiere completamente. Facilitar instancias de networking entre investigadores nacionales y extranjeros fomenta un intercambio invaluable de conocimientos y experiencias. De estas conexiones pueden surgir proyectos de colaboración conjuntos y se fortalecen los lazos científicos entre países. Este intercambio no solo enriquece la calidad de la investigación, sino que también contribuye a su robustecimiento y alcance. Finalmente, acercar el mundo de la investigación y el conocimiento con los sectores productivos es esencial para impulsar la innovación y el desarrollo económico. Lograr una vinculación ciencia-empresa efectiva es clave para facilitar la transferencia de tecnología y conocimientos avanzados desde la academia hacia las industrias y viceversa, permitiendo la creación conjunta de productos y servicios más competitivos y eficientes. Y ese también es un objetivo permanente de ANIT que seguimos impulsando día a día en relación a la ciencia e investigación desarrollada con nuestro aporte institucional. Sin más que agregar, muchas gracias nuevamente por permitirme dar estas palabras a todos y que tengan una excelente jornada.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, let's express our sincere gratitude to Nicole for her words. Now we will hand over to Cécile Vigouroux, the Director of International Relations of Inria. Hello, Cécile.
Okay. So, muchas gracias, and that's the only thing I can tell in Spanish, so I'm going to switch to English. So I'm very happy to be here today at Universidad de Chile and to be here the whole week to participate to the Journées Scientifiques Inria Chile, which are for the very first time taking place in presential with researchers coming from Inria, from France, and numerous researchers from Chile. And I really want to thank the organizing committee and Inria Chile for putting up such a fruitful and rich event with 4 very packed days that we are going to enjoy. And I also want to thank Universidad de Chile and especially Marcela Munizaga for hosting us today. Universidad de Chile is one of the main partners, academic partners in Inria Chile. So once again, thank you very much for all these years of cooperation and the years still, of course, to come. So very briefly, a few words about Inria, but no more than 3 sentences, I swear. So at Inria, we are really focusing on research and transfer innovation. We are the French National Center for Digital Science and Technologies, and we have also strong connections with our academic partners. That means universities that are located in the same areas where we have our 9 Inria centers in France. And we also play a strong part in supporting public policy. And all these topics you will find at Inria Chile with numerous academic collaborations, importance of collaboration with industrial partners, and also the will to really support the public policy. And that's why Inria Chile is currently expanding and evolving, keeping everything that we've been doing so far, but also trying to play a more important part in the year to come in the collaboration between France and Chile. And I'm sure that Nayat will be able to tell more about it. So I'm going to stop now. So once again, thank you very much also for the ANID, for the support that ANID is bringing to us, so for Nicole, for these years during which we are building this new frame of collaboration. And I wish all of you a very fruitful days. We have already a very fruitful day yesterday at PUC, and I'm sure that today will be definitely the same. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Cécile. It's an honor to have you with us in this event. Thank you. Now I will hand over the floor to Nayat Sanchez P., Director of Inria Chile.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, I just want to emphasize that we're doing this in English because we have half of the audience, okay, and also connected via streaming from France. So, hi, everyone. Can you hear me well? Now better. Okay. Buenos días a todos. Welcome to this second day of the Inria Chile Scientific Days. I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Team Marcela Munizaga of the Faculty of Physics, Mathematics and of the Universidad de Chile, and to Nicole Ehrenfeld, Deputy Director of Centers of Associative Research at ANID, I don't know if I say well, Nicole. Well, thank you so much for hosting us, and also I want to express also my gratitude to Héctor Ramirez, the director of the CMM. So yesterday we embarked on a captivating journey through the world of digital sciences. We explored the potential of artificial intelligence, from large-scale flood modeling to generating radiological reports and understanding plankton communities. We delve into the power of mathematical modeling, examining biased behavior in logistics, the digital twin of the heart, and the prediction of extreme weather events. We also had the privilege of learning from the industry experts during the fostering connection and synergies from digital sciences and private sector, the roundtable we organized together with Viña Concheitoro, Expertise France, the Ministry of Energy, Michelin, and Eramet, that provided invaluable perspective of the practical applications of the research. Today, our journey continues with an equally stimulating program. We will delve into the mysteries of nature through reinforcement learning and analyze the role of non-coding RNA in non-model species. We'll explore the optimization of soft robot design and the application of event-based vision in the precision agriculture. We'll witness the transformation of astronomy thanks to the transformers and learn to navigate the complexities of autonomous sailing boats using multi-objective reinforcement learning. In the realm of computing, we'll dive into the universe of time series models from kernels to attention. We'll discover gradual proof assistance, integrating terrestrial and space-based IoT. We'll travel to sustainable water and energy management for indigenous rural communities, and also we will take the journey to the solar eclipse in Antarctica. To crown this enriching day, we'll gather for a crucial roundtable discussion, enabling factors for AI in Chile, opportunities for European Union and Latin America and Caribbean cooperation, with the participation of distinguished panelists. The idea, we will tackle the challenges and opportunities that AI represents to Chile and explore how collaboration between Europe and Latin America can fuel its development. As you can see, this second day promises also as be as rewarding as the first. So it is a day to push our boundaries, to share knowledge, and continue building the bridges of collaboration between France and Chile in digital sciences. Thank you, and let's start the second day.
Our sincere appreciation to Nayat Sanchez P. for your continuous leadership and dedication to fostering a vibrant research community. Inria Chile contributions under your guidance have been remarkable, and we look forward to continued success. Now let's proceed to the scientific session 2.1, Understanding Natural Processes, chaired by Héctor Ramirez for the Center for Mathematical Modeling, CMM, at the Universidad de Chile.
Hello, everyone. Well, first, thanks, Nayat, for inviting me to be part of these journeys about these scientific days. To me, Inria is very important in my life because I did my PhD in Inria, in Rocancourt, France, of course. And also because 10 years ago, I was very involved in the installation of Inria in Chile, and I had been the scientific director of the Inria Chile in the installation phase. So definitely, I have a strong feelings and emotional attachment with Inria. But today is not about me, but about the next talk. I had the pleasure to introduce you the first speaker of this day, Professor Philippe Pro. Let me say some few words about him. He's a professor of computer science at the University of Lille, France, and he has very active in research in artificial intelligence, for more than 30 years, mostly dealing with reinforcement learning. Actually, his talk, I think the title is not yet there, but it's about this subject and how and about practicing things in reinforcement learning. So he has been the head of the SQL research group at Inria CNRS, University of Lille, since 2006, a group that now is renamed as a school. His research ranged from fundamental algorithms and methodological questions to application of reinforcement learning in collaboration with various companies and institutions. Actually, Philippe had hosted several important conferences in the field. We can name, for instance, the European Workshop on Responsible Learning in 2008 and 2018, as well as Reinforcement Learning Summer School more recently in 2018. 19, sorry. So that's what I have to say about Philippe Prieux, and now maybe he can give us his talk. Philippe, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like first to thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a really honor for me to be here. And I have a special thanks for organizing my complicated travel to here 2 days ago. So it's really, I'm very happy to be here. Yeah, it works. So, and thanks for the introduction. So let me start. So I'm going to talk about reinforcement learning, and in particular, we could talk for a long time about the theory of reinforcement learning. There are many works on that, but I'm interested in talking today about how we can turn reinforcement learning into practical, how we can make use of reinforcement learning in practice. So just a few examples of applications you may have heard of. So from top to bottom, in a historical order, there is, to me, and I guess for the whole community, the first big success of reinforcement learning was the application to the backgammon game in around 1990, where a reinforcement learning agent learned to play backgammon at expert level, and it influenced expert players by looking at how it had learned to play, the strategies it had learned, and they found it very insightful. Then there is a big application by Google to manage the energy in their servers. That was done later on. More recent, well, it was not been very much publicized because it's quite internal to Google and DeepMind, but it's really a fact that Google is using reinforcement learning to manage energy in their servers. So more recently, something that has been much more publicized is let's say the resolution of the game of Go by a reinforcement learning agent that learned by self-play to play Go at beyond human level, basically. And even more recently, there is this ChatGPT that was trained, in particular, using reinforcement learning. So just to be a bit more precise, we can see the time at which these different achievements have been done. And so the backgammon player, sorry, was done at the beginning of the 90s. So that means that was the beginning of the reinforcement learning at all, which had been invented a few years before. And it was also the beginning of the neural networks as we know them today, since the backpropagation algorithm was published in '86. So it was quite the combination of quite recent achievements in computer science and artificial intelligence then. I also like to remind that today we are hearing about AlphaGo, AlphaZero, all that sort of algorithms, and also those that are in ChatGPT with deep learning. So that means neural networks with hundreds or thousands of layers. And the backgammon game was actually solved by a single shallow network with only one layer of 80 hidden neurons, trained during 2 weeks on some very, let's say, non-powerful CPU with regards to what we have today on our laptops. So today to train ChatGPT, we are not talking about 2 weeks, but much more. We are not running them on 100 megahertz CPUs, but on GPUs and hundreds of GPUs. So it's a very different level of computing capabilities that are behind the recent successes of reinforcement learning. So just a quick introduction to the, well, reminder or introduction to what is reinforcement learning. So that's basically so we are facing a learning problem, machine learning problem, in which you have an agent that interacts with the dynamical systems that I call the environment, which basically is the way the dynamics of the environment is unknown to the agent. The agent has access to some information about the environment. We hope it is a state that contains enough information to represent in an accurate way the environment. It acts on it performs actions on the environment. It obtains some information regarding to the quality of its actions, which is known as the return. And so it has a certain task to achieve, like if you consider the game of chess, for instance, winning games of chess. So it has some information about the state of the game, like you won, okay, or you lose the game. That's what we call the return. And so we want the agent to learn an optimal behavior. So like, for instance, learning to play optimally to chess. So since the environment is unknown to the agent, it has to replace the knowledge about the environment by interacting with the environment and incrementally getting information from how the environment reacts, its dynamics, and how the returns are obtained. So it learns by interaction. So the origins of the reinforcement learning comes from the study of animal adaptation, animal behavior adaptation. So that goes back to the end of the 19th century, where basically the animal is interacting with its environment and it gets some rewards, where sometimes, like it finds food when it's hungry, or it finds a mate, or whatever. That sort of, this is the return, let's say. And so this has been theorized by under the name of operant conditioning by Skinner in the first half of the 20th century. And so the idea is that when an animal emits an action, a behavior that is followed by good consequences for it, then the probability to perform this action increases. So step by step, it will do more favorable actions in the future because they have been reinforced by the consequences when they were emitted. What happens when you follow this trend is that basically you first discover that when you do something in a certain state of the environment, you are rewarded because there are some good consequences, but after a while you may get bored because it's always the same thing. When I do that, I always get rewarded, so it's nice, but so at some point it's boring. It gets boring. And basically, an important idea is that when an animal learns, it learns better when it is surprised. And that's an idea that was turned into an algorithmic idea by Samuel in the late 50s, when he was designing an AI agent, let's say, that learned to play some game. And so that's the basic idea of reinforcement learning. The agent learns when it is surprised. And so just to name a few algorithms that were designed originally following this idea, and well, beyond the names, the important thing is the dates. You see that's the end of the 80s. Just as I was saying before, it was just a few years after the proposition of the backpropagation algorithm for training neural networks, and it was also just a few words after Rich Sutton was presenting this idea of reinforcement learning. So, as I say it, and as I make a parallel with the way animals are learning to behave, it seems that reinforcement learning can solve many, many problems, because animals and we human beings here, I consider we are animals, we are solving so many problems that, okay, if the reinforcement learning algorithms are doing the same thing, are based on the same principle as animals and human beings, they probably can do many things. However, there are downsides. It can be, this is an algorithm, so it has to be trained. And sometimes it's very long. As I was saying earlier, the ChatGPT is taking a month to be trained, so it's a very long time. Actually, we don't really know how to do it. Well, we are able to train reinforcement learning agents, but we don't have a clear methodology for that, at least for the moment. It's more an art craft than established clear methodology. So it remains always a bit challenging to solve a task by reinforcement learning today. When we want to solve a task, actually the modeling part of the task, well, it's quite common in many fields of, let's say, optimization. The way we model the task is really crucial, because if you make an error in this model, you won't optimize what you want to optimize, and so you won't solve the task you want to solve. And there are, this is maybe more of an academic point, but currently the methodology, experimental methodology in the field is quite brittle, so that doesn't help, let's say. So it's not always easy to say which algorithm is better than others. That's what I mean here. Okay, let me start. So if I go a bit deeper into what reinforcement learning is, it's based on Markov decision problems. So if you don't know what a Markov decision problem, I will very quickly tell it. So basically, you consider that you have a state space, that is a set of configurations of the environment. It can be finite or infinite. You have an action space, so if you take the game of chess, for instance, it's obviously all the configurations of that you can have on the board, checkboard. That's the state space. In this case, it's finite, but it's very large. The action space is the set of actions, so basically for the game of check, it's which pieces you are allowed to move, and the fact that you move them. The dynamics is usually unknown, so that means that when you are, the agent is doing something on the environment, it doesn't know how the environment will evolve. So in the case of the chess, it's not true. We know the dynamics, because when you move your piece, you know exactly where the piece will go. But the trouble is that the set of states is so large that it's not always easy to manage it. But And in general, we are facing problems, and I will mention some problems like that during my talk, where we don't know how to predict the evolution of the environment. So the return function, so that's the information that the environment is providing to the agent, providing some information about whether it is performing well with regard to solving its task. Like if you are still considering the game of chess, whether the move you made is a good one or not in order to win. So in the case of the chess game, it's not easy to define this return function. It's easy to say, okay, I lose or I win or I lose, or I have a null. But it's in the middle of the play, the game. It's very hard to come up with a good assessment of whether the action that was performed was good or not. So we will see also in the applications that it's something quite tricky to define. And we have an objective function to optimize, you maximize or minimize, that is expressed in terms of the return that are gathered by the agent along its when it's behaving and interacting with its environment. And at the end, so what the agent has to do is to learn a policy that is some mapping from telling the agent in each state what it has to do in order to optimize the objective function. So we know that in Markov decision problems, the optimal behavior of the agent can be represented as a map from the state space to the action space. So for those who know about linear programs, I can say that a reinforcement learning problem is exactly the same as a linear program, except, so I express it in this canonical way, where X is the unknown in the LP formulation, and usually in an LP, C, A, and B are known. But here, in reinforcement learning, it's exactly the same, but A, B, C are unknown. and they can be very, very large, or even of infinite dimension. So that when I say it's equivalent, it's true, but it's a bit more, still there are some difference. So these ABC that we see in an LP, they are related to how the environment is reacting to actions. And so how it goes from one state to the next one, and the returns it provides the agent. So from interacting with the environment, the agent gets some information through the transition from a state to another one, and from the return, and from this information, it can somehow estimate A, B, and C. So that's not necessarily what we are doing to solve a reinforcement learning problem, but that gives you some idea about how we can solve a problem where everything is unknown, basically. So we sample the environment, we get the estimates, and basically that's what we call learning in machine learning, getting estimates of some quantities. Okay, the basic principle is to solve a reinforcement learning problem is then to interact between the agent and the environment. It's just the idea of an animal that faces an environment it has never seen before. It first tries to interact with it and observe what's going on when it does certain things, and from that it learns which actions are good and which actions are not good. And so we say that it is exploring the consequences of its actions. And step by step, it will get some knowledge about about the consequences of its actions. And step by step, it will focus on the actions that are the best for it. So in the case of reinforcement learning agent, the best in order to maximize or optimize the objective function. And so I said that basically animals are learning by surprise, and so that's the same thing for a reinforcement learning agent. It has some expectation about the consequences of its actions. That's what we call the value of an action, state and action. A value which is the name, is common in Markov decision problems. And so when the agent performs an action, it compares the consequences of the action, so the return and the transition, state transition. It compares those observed consequences with the expectation it had. And so if they mismatch, it learns at that moment, it corrects its expectation. So it learns by surprise, when it is surprised. There are some important things about the state. It has to contain all the information about the history of the interaction of the agent with the environment. It's very important, which is not something easy to fulfill in a real application. Okay. So the return is left to some, in general, we have some liberty in the way we can define the return, and actually it's an important point to define the return in a good way. Like if you want to learn to train the agent to play chess, how do you define the return? And this is something that is really important. And just telling it wins the play or it loses the play is not enough generally. So you need to define a return that is more informative than that. And what's happening also is that basically, usually when the agent performs an action, it has some consequences immediately, but it also has some consequences later. Like when you are playing chess, when you move a piece, you won't get a mate immediately, maybe, but maybe in 3 or 4 plays, this particular move will be crucial to get to the mate. So there is the consequences of action are diluted in the future. Okay, and deterministic tasks are much simpler to solve than stochastic tasks. Like learning to play chess is easier than learning to play backgammon, basically, because in backgammon you throw dices, and so there it is stochastic, and it adds more difficulty. So let's go towards real application. In real application, we need a simulator of the environment. And when we are trying to tackle real application, we need a simulator. So in some domains, there are some simulators, like I will talk about agriculture later. So if you want to try to apply reinforcement learning to agriculture, you need a simulator of how the plants grow in the fields, for instance. So I will skip that, but it's just to say that usually, so there are many simulators in many different scientific domains, but usually they are not meant to interact with a reinforcement learning agent. They are meant to simulate a certain scenario, and it's not meant to interact and wait for an action to be performed and simulate it. So that's true that there are many simulators, but they are not compliant with reinforcement learning. And if you want to make them compliant with reinforcement learning, it requires a lot of software engineering work. And the thing is that these simulators are often written in Fortran or C, and that's not the languages that people in machine learning are prone of. So so let's go to practical application. So I'm going to briefly mention one application we had we studied with Christian Durier, team Defrost at Inria in Lille. Defrost is working on soft robots. So you have here soft robots. So soft robots, for those of you who don't know, is something like you all know rigid robots where the parts are rigid. In soft robots, the parts are not rigid. They can bend, they are deformable. That's a synonym for soft robots. So that means that there are basically an infinite degrees of freedom. So that's the simulation of those robots is quite complex. So in reinforcement learning, we have this famous toy problem, which is known as the cart pole, where you have a cart with a pole on it. And the goal is to balance the pole in order to keep it up while the cart is moving. And usually we start with the pole downward, and we have to move the cart in order to balance it upward. So that's what we do usually in reinforcement learning, but the big difference here is that when you accelerate or decelerate, the pole, since it is not rigid, is bending. So this is something very new for us in reinforcement learning. And so that adds difficulties to what we are accustomed to in reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning has been applied to rigid robots for years, but to deformable robots, it's something new. Okay, and just to outline an application, we work with Christian and one of his PhD students is to show that there are some important applications behind that. So you can consider a catheter as a soft robot, since it is a sort of a wire that goes into the arteries in order to perform some surgery. And so the goal is here to move the catheter, which is in red on the right part of the picture, to reach the green zone area, where basically you can imagine that the surgeon has to do something. And so we have to learn how to navigate the catheter into the arteries. So that has been done by simulation. And also on the left part of the picture, you see what they call a phantom. That is a 3D model of the arteries around the heart. And so we have been working on trying to design reinforcement learning algorithm to perform this task. So that's just the first example. I'm going to move to another one, which is about the management of a crop field. So it's about agriculture, something we have done in collaboration with CIRAD, which is the French Institute for Agriculture in Developing Countries, CIGIA, and a university in agriculture in India. So the idea is to be able to recommend practices in the field to farmers. So this is meant for developing countries and for farmers who have small farms. So we are talking about people who have 1 or 2 hectares to manage. And so along the year, along the season, they have to optimize the management of their crop. Decide on which seed to sow, whether they have to irrigate, whether they have to fertilize, how much money they have to invest in fertilizers. They may have to hire some people to help them for the work in the field. So they have to manage all those things. And so the idea was to try to design a recommender system to help those farmers. So we can expect having a lot of data, but that's not the case. We don't have enough data to train a reinforcement learning agent for doing that, because to train a reinforcement learning agent, we need a lot of data, really a lot of data. So. And as I said, we have a reinforcement learning agent is learning by exploring, that is trying actions and see what's happening. But in agriculture, when you try something, basically, if you want to optimize the quantity that is harvested at the end of the season, you will wait for a couple of months before seeing the effect of your actions. So that's much too long to collect, to explore. And there is some simulators. So that's a good simulator of how a crop is growing in a field. So crop management has been formulated as the Markov decision problems for a long time. So as reinforcement learning is solving Markov decision problems, that's the good news. There are some good simulators, and we worked with DSAT, which is a simulator that has been developed for more than 30 years at the University of Florida. It's a big piece of software written in Fortran. It's a mechanistic crop model, so there are some PDEs that are modeling the way the crops are growing a long time. It's based on the conditions of the soil, the properties of the soil, the properties of the specific plant that has been sowed. It's based on the weather, it's based on the initial conditions of the soil, so it's very precise. And we can simulate the effect of some actions performed in the field. And so we had, but the DSAT was not meant to interact with an agent that is learning, so we had to modify DSAT, which was a very big effort for us, because we are not a software research group. So it's available on the web now. And so we studied, so we performed some experiments at the end, and so we studied a particular experiment that was done on a real field, on a maize field in 1982. And basically the goal was to manage irrigation and fertilization in order to maximize the yield of the field. So the action here are the irrigation, the volume of water we irrigate with every day. So it can be 0 or something. The amount of fertilizers we put on the crop every day too. Or we can do nothing. So that every day we have to choose whether we do something or not, and if we do something, the amount of water or fertilizer we put. Okay. And so the observation is what typically the farmer gets when it observes its crop. So it's not what we call a state. It doesn't contain all the information to manage optimally the crop field, but it's the information that the farmer has to deal with, basically. So let's consider only the fertilization in order to simplify the problem. We just consider here the fertilization problem, but of course we can do both at once. And so we want to learn a policy that every day tells us the amount of fertilizer we have to put in the field. And the goal is to optimize the amount of the yield and have the minimal pollution due to fertilizer and the minimal cost because they have to buy fertilizer. So as I said, the return function is very important to be well defined. So we came up with this formula, which is the amount of nitrogen that the plant is taking from one day to the next day. And we have a penalty to try to minimize the pollution. So it's also a factor. A certain amount of it's related to the amount of fertilizer we put. And so we try to maximize this sum of return, so have the best nitrogen uptake and the less pollution. So the observed features, but the agent are those. I won't go into details, but that's things that you can see in the field. And the action is choosing a number between 0 and 200, which is the amount of nitrogen fertilization you put every day. And so we compare a null policy, which consists in doing nothing. We compare it with an expert policy, which is the one that the agronomists came up in the paper in 1982, on which this experiment is based. Which amounts to put to fertilize 3 times during the season. With this, so DAP is the day after planting, and the quantity of nitrogen per hectare that is put. And we compare those two with a reinforcement learning agent that is learning to fertilize the crop. Okay, that's okay. So we use a standard reinforcement learning agent known as PPO, which is one of the state-of-the-art reinforcement learning algorithm. So that's the results we obtained from the simulation. So we perform 1,000 different simulations in order to have some measure of the mean performance and also the variability of the performance. And what we see on the right, so with all those little squares, so we perform 1,000 experiments. So on in pink, purple, let's say, we have what the expert is doing. So we saw it is putting fertilizer 3 times, and that's what illustrates this figure on the right. And all the blue parts is what the reinforcement learning agent is doing. So we see, and the more, the darker the square, the more the more often it puts fertilizer on that day. On the x-axis is the day of the simulation, and on the y-axis is the amount of fertilizer. So we see that basically it concentrates on a few days. Not so they are blue a bit everywhere, but not after day 80. There is almost no fertilization. And okay, it's more concentrated on some days. And on the right, it's again the day of simulation on the x-axis and the cumulative return. So that's basically the performance of the policy that is done by the agent of the expert. And so we see without surprise that the null policy is the worst one, which is the one in the bottom. And we see that the expert policy and the reinforcement learning policy are almost performing at the same level. And we see that the reinforcement learning policy is a little bit better than the expert policy. And what's interesting, even more interesting, is that the variability of the performance of the expert is larger than the variability of the policy done by the reinforcement learning agent. So that means that we are more confident on the consequences of the policy performed by the reinforcement learning agent than by the policy performed by the expert, which is something very, very interesting. And I also stress the fact that we didn't took a lot of time to tune the reinforcement learning agent, so that's quite basic results. We may be able to improve them. So that's very nice. I have to rush. So here we see that basically the number of fertilization, as we saw from previously, the expert is putting 3 fertilization during the season, and the reinforcement learning is putting 5 or 6. Well, it's more, but it's not so much. What we see is that the policy by the reinforcement learning agent is using more efficiently the nitrogen, 28 instead of 22. And the overall yield at the end of the season, okay, the reinforcement learning agent is doing a little bit less than the expert, but it's not so much less. So, okay. So I go quickly over that. Basically, there are still a lot of work to do and many questions to investigate. So I want just to finish my talk with a few words about this collaboration we have that was initiated by Luis and Nayat through this eMistral project, involving also people in Brazil, about learning to sail an autonomous sailing boat. So the goal is to create an autonomous sailing boat in order to complete biological missions, for instance. So clearly the environment, the sea, how the sea is today, and the weather, etc., is unknown, and it is non-stationary. That means that it can change. The dynamic, the way the sea is changing a long time. So the sailing boat has to adapt to these changing conditions. So we could try to, so this is an autonomous boat, so we have to put a controller in it and make it, train it in order to complete certain missions, in order, let's say, going from one point to another, and then another, and then another, etc. So to do that, we can try to just put a boat at sea, put some controller in it, and let it go, and probably it will break, and try another boat, etc., etc. That's what we call a Shadok approach. Shadok is a famous cartoon in France, where they want, the Shadoks are those little yellow stuff that are very funny. But, well, this is not the good way to go. The rational approach is to design a digital twin. So that is a simulation of the sailing boat, train it by reinforcement learning, and transfer what has been learned in Silico to the real one, and let the real boat fine-tune what has been trained in Silico to real conditions. So in Brazil, they have this little sailing boat, F-boat. Now I know you have also some in here, at Inria, Chile. And so we designed this e-boat, the simulation of this boat. So its action is, so we can control the boom, so the angle of the sail. We can control the rudder, so to make it go in some direction, and there is a propeller to avoid losing the boat, basically. But we don't want to use the propeller. At least the less we use the propeller, the better. We want to drive the boat just using the sail. And so we designed a simulator in Gazebo of the interaction between the boat and the sea and the wind. So we checked these little figures to see whether the simulation was reacting like the real one. So we see the influence of the wind on the boat. The more wind, the more on the side it goes. And so can it learn to sail? So these are, let's say, preliminary results. So we want to avoid using the electric propeller and just use the sail. And so here we want to perform a regatta, going from the left point down to the bottom point, then to the right, and then to the up point, and back to the left point, and straight to the right, and come back. And the wind, as you see, is going from left to right. So, and here we compare what a human does and what has been learned by the reinforcement learning agent with little triangles. And we see that, okay, the reinforcement learning agent is able to do this regatta, but it's not performing as well as the human being for the moment. But as I said, it's just a preliminary results. Actually, the big problem for this sailing boat today is to go against the wind. This is something we have difficulties to manage for the moment. So there are still a lot of work to do. We are working on the image. So there are 2 cameras on the boats. So we are working on this image analysis program in order to avoid obstacles. We want to improve the reinforcement learning agent that controls the e-boat. And we want to move, to transfer what has been learned in the simulation to the real boat. That's what we are doing these days, working on these days. So to finish, because I'm a little bit late, so I wanted, by illustrating reinforcement learning with some real applications we have been working on or are still working on today, and to contrast it with some news we see in the media where you see reinforcement learning is solving Go or training ChatGPT and all those big things. So I just want to give a testimony of what a standard academic researcher in reinforcement learning can achieve today. So I think reinforcement learning is really picking up today. We have learned a lot of things along the last decades about how to make reinforcement learning work in the real. So it can work. I guess the experiments we perform show it. You don't need, that's the good news for academic people like me, you don't need thousands of GPUs to obtain interesting experimental results with reinforcement learning. A mere standard one server with one GPU is enough to do what we are doing here. It's not easy to do, okay. We are, as I said on one of my first slides, we don't have a clear methodology to tackle reinforcement learning problems today. And yes, we still have to learn how to do it in a more methodological way. And there are many, many applications of potential application of reinforcement learning today, and I guess it's a very exciting field to study. So I didn't have the time to talk about experimental methodology, so I skip that. And okay, one last point is that we are making as much as we can open source software to simulate various environments that can be used to train reinforcement learning, and they are on our website, and you are free to use it and talk with us about it. And here I want to thank you for your attention, and thank you.
Yes. So we have some time for some few questions from the audience. Please, Christophe. Ah, okay.
So yeah, thank you for your talk. It was really interesting. So how do you deal? I noticed you're using actor-critic methods. How are you dealing with the sensitivity on the reward mechanism? I know actor-critic methods are pretty sensitive to reward hacking, essentially. So that obviously directs significantly your results. And I noticed that your results, especially in the farm, seem to be pretty aligned with your policy in terms of your reward. How are you doing? Like most of the state-of-the-arts are pretty basic in this case, like grid searches and stuff like that. Do you have any insights into how to generate good rewards?
I guess it's it's probably the most difficult point in designing a reinforcement learning solution to a problem. So what I can only advocate is to think, to study it's absolutely crucial not to think that the reinforcement learning agent will do some magic. It won't. And so you have to really provide information in the reward, in the return function that helps the agent solving the task you want to solve. So that's probably, that may sound obvious what I'm saying, but for us today, there is no other good answer to your question. It's really a matter, we spend a lot of time to design the reward function and trying different things. Sometimes we think something will work and it doesn't work. Adding some, so we have some rough idea of a good definition of the return function, but then we have to add some constraints. So we add basically regularization terms in the definition of the return function, and we have to try. Basically, we have to show whether it works in the experiments, because it's difficult to foresee whether the return function will work or not. So it's a very difficult problem today in practice. Yeah, and I don't have a recipe to. It's just you have to try and yeah.
So can I ask one more question?
There's another hand raised behind you. So Antoine.
Thank you. Thank you for the talk. I have a question regarding the sailing boat. So as you said, we don't know the weather and sea conditions, and they are unsteady. But what if you can have some information, thanks to models or things like that, in advance? I mean, what would it change in your method if you had some, let's say, trusty information regarding the weather conditions?
So if you have some prior information, you can always simulate them and train, fine-tune the behavior of the boat for those conditions. And then transfer the policy to the real boat, then, for instance.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have some information in a short time in advance,
yes.
I mean, if you go for a 1 week sail, for example, and you have the information the day for the day after.
Okay, that's so today we are in the community. We are talking a lot about how to use extra knowledge about the task, and we don't have the solution for the moment. But that's indeed a hot topic. And so for the moment, I can't answer your question. But we are doing efforts to try to improve because it's something very natural we would like to do indeed. But we don't really have good solutions for that today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh.
So just a brief comment, because we have a whole presentation by Hernan later today on the topic of the boat. But I think that in this case, we are more focused on the, let's say, reactive sailing of the boat, like how to move in the next minute or next 10 minutes. If you know the weather forecast, you can, of course, avoid problems, no? And this is a problem that in sailing is more or less solved. There are these sailing track, let's say, schedulers that can suggest you where to go depending on the state of the weather in the future hours or days. Of course, there are like different resolutions of how do you solve the problem, no? Like, how do I overcome the next wave that is coming and is going to crush my boat, and I need to react to that. So in this case, we are more focusing on this small time scale of sailing, no? In any case, there is the simulator uses, let's say, PDEs to simulate the wind and the water and the interaction. There are two fluids working together, no? That's another problem. But in any case, we have a longer presentation dedicated to this later on. Don't want to spoil it.
No spoil, please. Maybe, okay. Sorry, it's not right. I'm right over there, so a little far.
In the case of the crop field example, you mentioned reinforcement learning on 1,000 seasons. That's quite long for a farmer. So did you consider reinforcement learning at the scale of, say, 1 or 2 seasons?
So when I talked about 1,000 simulations, it's basically to have good estimates of the average. It's not necessary to. It was just for the experimental to have experimental results. And for 2 seasons, it's the trouble is related to the simulator itself. So it's possible to simulate that with DSAT, but for us, we adapted only a part of DSAT to do some experiments that we wanted to do, so only on 1 season. And so we could do that, but it's simply a matter of software development. It's a software development problem. We don't have the people to do it, so well, we don't do it.
Okay, thanks.
Because it's really a massive simulator, so nobody talks Fortran in my team, and so it's quite complicated to manage that sort of, and it's, in the end, it's, well, in terms of research for us, it's difficult to get some to be rewarded for this research if we just work on this. So, and I didn't have the time, but we are designing a toy simulator of a crop field. So it's less realistic. The thing is that DSAT is very realistic in terms of the dynamics of the crop, etc., and the growth of the seeds, etc. So, but it's difficult to manage in terms of software. And so we are designing another simulator, which is less realistic, but where we can test many things, many dynamics and many features, let's say. So we have this other way to try to study that sort of questions.
Okay, maybe one last question, and then, if there are any, of course. Okay, Christoph, okay. Why not? So you can open and close the discussion.
My second question was about, like, so inevitably when you're going to deploy this kind of models, how are you going, do you have a strategy for how you're going to essentially, well, obviously your actor-critic method is going to converge on your model, your simulation essentially. So, and at some point it's going to probably overfit that, that policy model. Do you have a strategy for how you're going to deal with its, the divergence of your model from any real situation that you're going to deploy this in?
Not yet.
No.
Honestly.
Okay.
Honestly.
Okay.
That's why I'm waiting for this transfer from silicon to the real boat to have some real experience with that problem.
Okay, well, we will thank again our speaker, Philippe. Thank you very much. So our next activity. So our next speaker is Carol Moraga. Let me just give some few words about her. Carol from. Let me introduce you first. So, professor for assistant professor of Dr. Higgins, actually working on plant adaptations, genome assembly, and algorithm development. So, along with algorithm interest, her main motivations has been to understand biological from a genome-based perspective, especially with a strong focus on non-model species. So, please.
Thank you. Gracias. Yes. Hi, good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to present my work. So this is my work that I started when I was doing my PhD in the University of Lyon with Marie-France Sargot. The name of my presentation is Development of New Algorithms to Reveal Adaptation Mechanisms in Non-Model Species. So probably most of you know that today it's possible to cut and read the genomic sequence thanks to the next generation sequencing technologies. Today also we talk about the second and the third generation of these technologies that may more accessible in the price and also because the technology is making the quality better for the sequence. So after to these developments, start another development that means made computational methods to cut and analyze all these a lot of quantity of biological data, and also because the technologies are evolving, the algorithms have to evolve with the technologies, and because after to generate the sequence, we got the data, but not really the information. So to transfer this big data in biological knowledge is necessary to develop these methods. So before I will focus in this small world of the microRNAs, small RNAs, because probably you know in our cells we have a DNA coming from the nucleus of the cells. And after the DNA, we got the RNA sequence, and together with the RNA sequence, we got thousands of small no-coding RNAs that are small molecules that they have several functions in the process of the cells. But most popular of the non-coding small RNAs are microRNAs. These molecules have been identified as key regulators of the gene expression because they can really affect the transcription of the proteins after in the translation with the mRNA pass in the RIS enzyme. So this interaction with the microRNAs is translated in a wide range of biological processes and also in applications. As we can see here, we have several microRNAs related to the study in cancer disease because they can generate and suppress the generation of some tumors in cancer cells. Also, they are studied as because they can mediate the communication between species. As probably you know, in our microbiome, they are microRNAs relating the mediating the expression in our bacteria, in our guts. So also in this way, in this interaction with the host pathogen interaction for the microRNAs, we have the application in plants because now plants, we know they cannot move, so they have to adapt in their environments, and they use this interaction with other organisms, as fungus, to cut the nutrients from the soil. So microRNAs are also studied in this field with plant development. So after all, to see the importance to the microRNAs, we observe we have 3 different steps to study microRNAs. The first is the prediction of the microRNA sequence, then to see where the microRNA is going, with which mRNA sequence is interacting, and this is the target prediction, the second one here. And after that, with the best candidate, we made the target validation, which is a experimental procedure. So here in this presentation, we will focus in the first part, in the prediction of the sequence. Today, as I explained before, we can read the genomic sequence, so we can read a microRNA sequence for an experiment that name is small RNA-seq. After that, we got 1,000 millions of reads, and in all of these reads, we have microRNAs, but also other products for the product from the experiment, other small RNA sequence. So most popular methods to make this discovery part use the lectures, the reads, to align and map to a reference genomes, which is a genomic map for every species in the world. And after to see where are aligning most of these reads, we got all the fragment to evaluate other structural features, and this is in bigger how methods interact with the reads. But in the case when we don't have this map, this genomic sequence, methods cannot really predict very well the microRNA. So this is a problem when we study no-model species, because most of the cases we don't have this genomic sequence. So this is the first problem. The genome-based methods depend mainly on the good quality reference genomes, and also according to the Biogenome project, we still don't have the access for the 10 million of the eukaryotic species in our world. So this is a problematic. So we ask us, it is possible to cut and predict the microRNAs using only the information containing in the reads, because the microRNAs are there. So we study the Brueggen graph. This is a graph widely used in bioinformatics to solve the problem related to the genome assembly. But the difference is the DNA sequences are bigger. They are like 200 megabases, nucleotides, sorry. And for the smaller RNAs, we got 30 nucleotides. So we ask, is possible to adapt the Brueggen graph for these kind of molecules, and got the microRNA sequence after to assembly the graph. So in a really small simulation, we try to do this. We start from the reads, then we divide the reads into cameras, consecutive cameras, and each camera has a frequency. And then with the cameras, we try to make this graph, and with the overlap from the graph, we got the genome path, or in our case, the microRNA paths. In theory, we expected, okay, yeah, we are going to do this. We are going to obtain the microRNAs in the different size, because the expression is different for each microRNA in a sample. But in real, we got a very tangled graph. But if we can see here in the middle of the graph, there are the microRNAs. So we start from this structure, and after different steps, we navigate into the graph, and we obtain the candidates. The candidates after to the Brueggen algorithm. This is one algorithm, one tool for a Brueggen toolkit. We generate several approaches to manage and analyze microRNAs using only the data, the reads from the small RNA-seq experiments. So to explain this, we compare our method with the most used tool. We use also 10 different species, 5 for animals and plants, and we compare the most principal features to see the accuracy of our method with, in this case, we compare with MIRDI2 and MIRPrefer, which are methods using the reference genome sequence. And also we observe that in general, Brumir presents the highest average recall for all the data sets for animals and plants. And this was good for us, but we wanted to see what happened if we, in some cases, we have also some information related to the reference genome sequence. So we developed Brumir to reference, and this is an aligner, but we don't start from the reads, we start from the candidates. So this allows us to make a better comparison, more appropriate for the quality of the data. So we divided we split the reference genomes in different windows. We compare all the candidates by all the windows with different features. And after that, we got also the precursor sequence to evaluate the structural features. We compare our structural features from all our precursors using a database, MIRBase, that it has more or less 40,000 of precursors microRNA sequence. We evaluate most characteristic features present in all these precursors, and we use this information and also the analysis for the energy for the folding structure to filter out our candidates. And also we compare them. We made this benchmark. In this case, we also compare with the same animal and plant species. But in this case, we use data sets provided for the public repository data. We evaluate also the quality metrics. And in general, in here we observe Brumir in blue, then Brumir to reference, and MIRDIP2, MIRPrefer, which are the methods based on the genomic sequence. And MIRNOVO is another method, the NOVO method, but it's based on the no microRNAs, annotated microRNAs. So we compare here and we observe for plants, Brumir got the best IFI score, and also for animals. After this, we use our method to see what happened in a real experiment. So we generate samples from Arabidopsis plant. We wanted to see here microRNAs related to the root development for the plant. So we start growing the plant in day 5 and different days. That was our conditions. And we generate different replicates for all the conditions, all the days. And then we run Brumir for each one of these replicates, and we keep only the candidates present in all the replicates to have more confidence in our candidates. Then also we try to make other groups using all the days, all the conditions, but also looking at the first day when the plant is starting to grow, to move the roots, and also when the plant was in the plateau for the root development. Here, first, we were able to cut and predict the microRNAs known for this development, for root development in plants. But also, we look at two novel microRNAs not present in any database, and also we looked at the criteria for this because if you remember, I explained after to see the prediction, also we have to make the experimental validation. And we made experimental in silico validation in where we observe all the criteria present in these two novel microRNAs, and they were present. So we were able to predict not only the well-known microRNAs for root development, but also these two novel candidates to go directly to the experimental validator. And after this, we wanted to see if we can use the features related to the known microRNAs in the database repositories to make a model using a machine learning approach to improve our prediction. So we start here using the candidates present in the NearGene database, in where all the microRNAs present here were manually curated, so they are really microRNAs there. And we made two comparisons, also using these known microRNAs, a random sequence with the same characteristics in the site, and we made this comparison using a random forest. We evaluate different features related to the sequence, to the nucleotide composition and others, and we got accuracy of the 90%. We compare Brumir with Brumir random forest, which is this and the Brumir to reference. And we observe here we got a really improvement in the prediction using this method. Yeah, I have to finish, but now what we are working now is trying to make the same model using the same, trying to test another machine learning approach that focuses in the fungi species, because for fungi, we know they can generate a precursor sequence, but microRNA biogenesis is still not clear. Also, when we talk about microRNAs in fungi, we talk about microRNA-like. So most part we see there is not really development algorithms related to the fungi analysis in this field. So we ask if it is possible to use the microRNAs like for fungi to build a model using the same method that we proved for animal and plants. And we started using this database that is really curated too, from Johnson et al. And this is a work for our student, Camila Rapo. We try to generate the same analysis using the really curated microRNAs and the fake sequence. And the results are really promising. We are now working on this publication. This is really helpful because, as I explained before, plants, they really interact with another fungi species. And in Chile, why to study non-model species in Chile? Because here we have very interesting endemic plants. They are not really characterized in a genomic way, so we are starting to focus our new computational algorithms to see and identify the adaptations from the plants from the Atacama Desert. Also seeing the microRNAs, mRNA interaction using our algorithms. This is our laboratory in Universidad de O'Higgins. We have two nanopore sequencers. Next, a third one is going to arrive. And also we have a really power cluster to make all these analyses for the genomic sequence. And thank you very much. This is my colleague, Sakular.
Hello? Yes. So, yeah, time for maybe one, maximum two questions about it. Please.
Hello, and thanks for the nice talk. In one of your last slides, you mentioned that you compute the feature importance. Are you using MDI or permutation feature importance?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Are you using MDI or permutation feature importance for? Because if you're using random forest, you're probably using MDI, right?
Yeah, yes. I can show my. Okay, I'm going to see here. For the random forest, in the first part, what we made for the random forest using the animal and plant species. Is that what your question?
What's the algorithm that you're using for that plot to compute the permutation, the importance of features?
We base it in these features related to the sequence. We observe the JC content for the nucleotide sequence, the distribution of the codons of the nucleotides, the quantity of the ACTG, and we evaluate also the different cameras for the sequence. And here, if you observe in the graph, the best features or the most informative features for the model were the cameras, the MER 6, 7, and 8. But related with these features, looking at the composition of the nucleotide sequence.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No more question. Maybe for the sake of time, we will pass to the other speakers. So we thank again to Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Stephen Skyder from University of Higgins. He's going to talk about model-based sensing and design optimization for soft robots. And just let me say some few words about Stephen. He made his master and PhD in Germany, right, in Karl Institute of Technology. But after that, a postdoc at Lille, North Europe. So then the connection with France, of course, where he worked on model-based force and shape sensing for soft robotics. So, yeah, related with the talk. So, this is the opposite, right? This is Rodrigo.
So I don't know if you. Is it possible to bring up my slides? I think there's a small mix-up in the order.
This is Rodrigo. This is the next one, right? So.
Yeah. We can switch to Rodrigo. It's no problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah. Again. So that was Stephen. Thanks for your time. Well, looking forward for your talk. So now Rodrigo Berchay from University of Higgins also. Okay. He's going to talk about two research lines, right? Event-based vision and precision agriculture. Some few words again from Rodrigo, master in applied mathematics from ENS Paris-Saclay, so the connection with France, and then doctor in electrical engineer from the University of Chile. And as you will see in his talk, he's interested in computer vision, robot vision, machine learning, etc. So please, Rodrigo.
Thank you for the invitation, and I will talk about two research lines. I have about 10 minutes, so I will start with one topic and I see how far I can go with the second one. I will not go too deep on the topics, just give an overview of what we are doing, and we can discuss later if you are interested. So very briefly, we have been working with event-based cameras, and this is a new kind of sensor that measures movement changes at the pixel level. It's not absolute intensity, but change. And the This is measured at very high temporal resolution. So you can see here about 1 microsecond. So very, very, very fast. And the cameras have low latency, a very high dynamic range, so 120 dB. And they are commercially available at prototype level since 2008, and the price has been reduced very quickly. So this is an example from the early stages about 10, 15 years ago. You can see a tennis player. You can barely see maybe the ball. This is a standard camera. It's not event-based. The event-based camera, what it sees is the only difference, only changes. And it gives you the pixel is going up or down. That's all the camera can see. But very, very high temporal resolution, and you get from the camera the timing of the change. So you can see basically the continuous movement, and it's very useful for robotics, for movement analysis, and many other applications. Here you can see the example of the two kind of data together. One more important thing I didn't include the video is the very high dynamic resolution, because you measure difference at the pixel level independently of the other pixels. So you can see very dark areas and very bright areas at the same time. And what we get in the left, the right side, left side for you. So here is a standard camera. You get basically a matrix. In the case of event-based cameras, you get a sequence of moments when the change happens. So the structure is very different. You don't get an image, but you get a sequence. You have the coordinates, the polarities, the pixel is changing up or down, and the time, a very small time resolution. So a microsecond level, and basically you get a stream over time for each pixel. Here is an example of what we can get at night, during the day, for a face moving, a hand moving, and this is a visualization of the data as an image. So actually it's much faster than this. We have a very, very, very high resolution in time, and we can get a lot of the dynamic information that we usually don't get with a standard camera. So you can see here someone talking, you can see someone blinking. So it's very interesting. There are some, for example, face detection algorithms that you only need to detect the blinking, and with that you get the face, and then you can track. So the approach is very different from a standard technique. There are many methods already available, many from the computer vision community and many more from the robotics community, because as you see, changes very useful when the camera is moving. When the camera is moving, you can see things. It's very useful for robotics, but also for security and other applications. We have been working on various topics, and I will show briefly a couple of them. So the first one is gesture classification. So there are some early works working with classification problems for event-based data. Here you can see some digits, for example, from this very common commonly used data set MNIST, where the digits are moved in front of the camera. We took this, but we wanted to work further on dynamic objects that are deformable, and basically we have here examples of problems with gesture recognition, where the person is moving in front of the camera, or the hands are moving in front of the camera. And I will go briefly to one simple result to illustrate what we can do with this kind of camera. So here, just this result here, on the bottom, we evaluate various algorithms, but what we can see is we can recognize the gesture in front what is being performed in front of the camera only with data at the 10 millisecond resolution. So with a standard camera, usually you have one frame every 30 milliseconds. we can do it with event-based cameras with just 10 milliseconds of events. So very short time, very short window is enough. That's a very, very quick example. One more thing we have been doing here is work with Ignacio. We have been building this kind of system for expression recognition. So to analyze faces and say face, happy or surprised face. And one problem we have with this kind of camera is that we don't have enough data to train this kind of models. So what we did, we work with a thinking simulator, and we do transfer learning, and we learn first to reconstruct faces from event data. So we can take event-based data like this face here in the bottom, and we learn to reconstruct faces. We take that model and put it in our recognition model system, and we can recognize expression with a very good accuracy. We have been working with this camera with different other models and problems. Here is just one more example what we are working on. Here we are trying to take the events from the camera, frames, because some of these cameras can capture events and frames, and also MAU, that means inertial information, and from there we are estimating depth information. So from the events and from the movement information, we want to estimate monocular depth. So this is very important in robotics, from a single camera to estimate what is the depth of the scene. Okay, I will move to a completely different topic that is related to, let's say, important productive field in the O'Higgins region, that is cherry production. Here we have a project that is finishing now, and we are starting a new one from next January. We are working on developing techniques for supporting cherry production. In particular, we want to help minimize the risk related to cherry production. Cherry production is very important in Chile. It's one of the main producers exporting just to go to China for the new year in China. So it's very important for the region. And we want to help to better estimate what will be the production volume, the yield, and what will be the timing, and what are the different stages during the production of the cherries. This is very important both for producers and for exporters. We have already worked with different producers in the region. So I will talk about two problems that we are addressing here. The first one is related to modeling the climate within the field. So currently, what is known is that you have one single microclimatic station sensor for a very wide area, maybe 50 kilometers, 10 kilometers. But we are putting sensors in one field and many sensors within one single field. And we take data every 20 minutes for each sensor, and we use a wireless network to capture the data with called LoRaWAN. And we have temperature information, relative humidity, soil. And we have four productive fields. So basically we put one antenna, and with this antenna we can cover 5 kilometers area, and we have many sensors in that area. And with this, just one example, so within one field, for example, we have here, we can see the difference in temperature within the field. Now this is a very simple example. So each of these curves corresponds to a different sensor that show us that there is variability within the field. It's very simple, but we need to see that. And the second thing we want to measure is to estimate some variables that are important for the producer that are called chill hours. or chill portions that are measured in this kind of production. And what we do here is we have, for example, in this field, 4 sensors. From there, using Gaussian processes, we model what is the temperature, what is the humidity in the whole field. And from there, we can get the climate for each tree, basically. So we have a very detailed model for the field. We are also working with vision problems. This is work done together with Liz and collaborators here at the faculty at Universidad de Chile. We are doing detection of fruits with cameras. And let me show you just this simple video. So basically, we are walking along the field, detecting the fruits, and counting how many fruits are in the different trees. And from that, we can make a heat map of the variability of how many fruits are along the fields. So now we have 2 informations. We have climate information that gives the variability in temperature within a field, for example. And we have also variability of how many fruits are in the field and the color of the fruits, so how is maturating the fruit in the different trees. And from there, we can model these 2 kinds of data together, so weather and production. And we are also building models for estimating the size of the fruits, and also with hyperspectral cameras to estimate more detailed information about the fruits, okay, the amount of sugar and other things like that. We have also additional platforms. So we have some drones, as I mentioned, the hyperspectral camera, and recently we got this platform for robotics. So we are very happy also if we see a possibility for collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, again, for the sake of time, maybe only one question, and then we proceed with Stefan. So, yeah, thank you.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I had a question concerning the first part where you show these DNS images. Can you even like simplify more the number of points, like reduce even more the number of points when you know what the structure and the dynamics of the object you are looking at? For instance, like in the case of a hand, you know what a standard hand look like, and you also know what are the possible movements and the degrees of freedom. So technically, you could even use less points than what we see in your DNS pictures, couldn't you?
So what is important here from the modeling part, I think, is that we are working with deep learning, basically, now. And we need to bring these sequences to a representation that can enter to the network, so like a tensor. So what is being done there is very important, and you can do it in different ways. So a simple way is just to project everything in an image, but you can convolve it or apply some filtering, and there are many techniques for that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we thank again to the speakers. Thank you, Rodrigo. Just hope now your slides are.
So actually, I wanted to ask because I don't know if the videos will be. So if it's possible to show the slides on Google Slides, because I don't. I cannot. Oh, I don't know. So what I wanted to ask the technical personnel is if it's possible to show the slides on Google Slides. Lo compartí. ¿Ah? Okay. So, well, thanks. Okay, so yeah, just wanted to briefly talk about the ongoing research that I'm doing and that I'm doing now since 1 year at the Universidad O'Higgins, which is the continuation of the work I was doing in Inria, Lille, in France, where I did my postdoc for a few years and which was a really great experience. I'm also glad that they already mentioned Christian, the group of Christian Goyer, where I was working on soft robotics, and in particular I was working on sensing for soft robots. In the group at Inria Lille, they are working on interactive simulation for soft robots. So they have a mechanical model for the deformable material, and with the modeling framework, which is in software SOFA, which is also managed by Inria. They are able to simulate the behavior of the robotic devices interactively. And one thing that was kind of missing when I arrived in the group was the ability to integrate sensors. So my specialization before coming to the group was related to the design and integration of sensors into robots, particularly for skins. So the first big result in this case was the creation of a soft finger that has in its joints integrated some chambers that are able to measure deformation. So when some interaction is happening, you see that there's this development of the signal, which means as you push, there are some chambers that are being compressed, the red one and the blue one. So the red one to a greater extent than the blue one. And there are some other chambers which are under extension, and thus the pressure measured inside them is decreasing. In addition, there are some surfaces where I integrated capacitive sensors, capacitive touch sensors, which are similar to the technology we use in the smartphones today. So basically, it's a sensor that's capable of detecting where on the surface an interaction is happening. So the really interesting part in here was that we can combine the information and through the model get an interactive estimation of the interaction. So actually, quiero preguntar si hago clic en el video se puede mostrar o no hay ningún. Puede ser. I will try. Okay. We get some nice music, but. Okay, so what we see here is the example. So as I was telling you before, we have an interaction is happening. We have the signals of the capacitive sensors on the one side, and then we also have the ability to supervise the pressure inside the chambers. And by means of the simulation, the mechanics simulation, that is also having a modeling of the sensors, we can have a really interactive simulation of the device. And what's also really interesting or really relevant for the robotics aspect of it is that we can include the model of the actuation. So basically we can, what I was working on is in figuring out the way to include both actuation and external sensing in this scenario. All right, and I also wanted to mention that during the coffee pause, my student Carolina, she is helping me with a small demo, so you're welcome to try the demo in the coffee break. All right, okay. So, okay, I don't know how to do this. Oh, thanks a lot. All right, so just to briefly talk about what's happening under the hood here is that, so since this is a mechanic simulation, we have a knowledge about the rigidity or the compliance of the material and the model, which is represented by a finite element method, and it has a high number of degrees of freedom. And within the simulation, it's possible to represent a change in force. So in this case, an external force on the object, through the compliance, it's possible to map it to a motion of the nodes. And knowing the motion of the nodes, the position of the nodes, we can have a model for the sensor. In this case, we have the cavity that's embedded inside the material. And knowing the node position, it's possible to know which is the volume of the cavity, and also knowing which is the change in volume. So for each cavity, we can establish the relationship between the external forces and the change in volume. And there's one of the equations missing, but it's stating that we can summarize this relationship for all the forces and all the volumes in a single condensed matrix W. And then by solving a small optimization problem that has as input the real measured values on the physical device, optimizes the force information that minimizes the difference between the simulated volumes and the real volumes. So this will yield an actuation magnitude that best explains the observed changes in cavity volume. So this is the way that the simulation is linked to the real-world measurements. Furthermore, we have, so currently I'm working on, let's say, the next generation of the skin. So we're experimenting with new technologies, and at this point, we try to represent like a synthetic vascular system. So it's a really proof of concept, but basically in this scenario, it's just a hollow cylinder, but we have embedded in it capacitive skin, which is able to detect the contact location anywhere on this device. So we think that it might be possible to detect, to create more complex structures, arbitrary shapes, and for instance, to represent a real vascular system where we can follow the shape and the interaction of a lead that is being inserted or that's traversing the vascular system a little bit, like the presentation we saw first in the morning. And the last topic, research that is the most recent one, is that we are engaging in design optimization. So the example of the finger I showed was using my engineering common sense to come up with a solution to the problem of sensing and designing a device like the soft finger. But this must not, or there's no guarantee that I found the optimal design regarding my own criteria. So we are trying to leverage the simulation to evaluate cost functions for us that are related to design parameters. In this case, we want to find an optimal design for the finger that is the most sensitive to so the embedded sensors are most sensitive to the deformation, and we also want to maximize its dexterity. And so we have a parameterized design of the finger featuring 7 or 8 free parameters that can be optimized during the optimization process. And so we came up with a toolbox that has some features like a sensitivity analysis regarding the parameter space. We can automatically generate all the meshes needed for simulation. Then we use SOFA for assessing the fitness function, and the optimization algorithm yields us the plot for how the yields us a plot from which we can see which are the designs on the Pareto front that are the optimal trade-offs between our objectives. So we found that we can explore the Pareto front in simulation. So for instance, we have two extremes. The one extreme is related to dexterity. So the design B maximizes dexterity. So basically, for a same displacement and for a same tendon displacement, we achieve greater angular displacement with the design B, and compared to the design E, which is worst in terms of dexterity, but maximizes sensitivity to deformation of the sensors. So basically, what we found is that when we transfer these results to reality, so meaning that we actually build these devices, we found that simulation is capable of predicting this difference in behavior quite well. So we see here the evaluation regarding the angular displacement, and also, for instance, the simulation predicts an increase of 5 times of sensitivity between B and E with regards to deformation, and the actual evaluation gives us a result of 6 times. So even though it's not the exact same number, it's giving us the right order of magnitude of changes. I also wanted to quickly mention something else that's of my interest, and which also was able to develop during my time at Inria in Lille, which was some art-science collaboration. So in this work, I collaborated with the artist Yosra Mojtahedi, who was working at art school in Le Fresnoy in Tourcoing. And so we collaborated for a year, so I helped her realizing a soft robotics sculpture. Yeah, so this was a really nice collaboration during the year. And also the lab at Inria Lille was hosting for a few months the artist Dewi Brunet for a project. So he's a folding artist working in techniques like origami, and we helped him automate some of his sculptures. And to finish, so what are the future, or what are the kind of applications of this line of work? So first, really, I'm working on mostly on the technology of sensing for soft robots in particular, but the topic itself lends itself to applications such as affective touch, which means to study how we can communicate the emotions through touch. And so this is kind of an affective loop, meaning that if we think about robotics technologies, so on the one hand, we want to detect the emotion, but we also want to display or change or affect the emotional state of the user. So in scenarios for rehabilitation and so on. So this is a research that so this is some type of multidisciplinary research we will try to engage in the future. So thank you a lot for your attention.
Thank you. Again, for the sake of time, only one short question.
Good to see you, Jairo.
Much, very interesting. I have a small question on the mechanical model. Which kind of material do you use?
So the material for building the finger is silicone, and so we use a simple linear elastic model for this. Yeah. So we tried different models, but we didn't achieve such different results. And I think it also depends a lot on what resolution you use for the meshes and so on. So it's
okay, cool. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
I can do.
Okay. So
Thank you.
So, a last applause to you. Thank you very much. And now you.
Thank you, Hector. Yes, so we want to thank Stefan and Rodrigo for their presentation. Thank you very, very much. So interesting. And now we invite you to move to the hall where you can enjoy the coffee break. As we are a little late in the schedule, so we're going to have just 50 minutes, if you agree, and then please come back on time so we can continue with the event. Later we have the session. We will continue with the session, so please return back. Pancho. Thank you.
a colleague, Pablo Esther from the University of Chile. Let me say some few words about him and his trajectory before starting. So he has obtained master and doctor degrees from University of Tokyo, Japan. He's full professor for electrical engineering department now, and has many awards and recognition of his career. For instance, he was president of EEE Computational Intelligence Society in 2016 and 2017. Associate editor of journal EEE as well. Is principal investigator of Millennium Institute of Astrophysics and Millennium Institute for Intelligent Healthcare Engineering. And actually, today, he's going to talk about astronomy. In particular, his talk is titled Empowering Astronomy Through Transformers. So, Pablo.
Hello? Hello? No transformers, no. But here it's okay. Ah, it's changing. Oh, something's happening. Ah, es como la conexión. Ah, eso. Pero como que se apagó, ¿no? Porque estaba conectado. Okay. So, good morning. I will start my presentation. I prefer to use this mic and move because I cannot stand there all the whole. It's impossible for me. So, my talk is about astronomy through transformers. And let's start with motivation. So, I always say that Chile is the capital of the world for astronomy. So if you know something about Chile, you will know that there are many observatories, especially in northern Chile. Of course, these observatories come from all over the world, from Europe, United States, China. Actually, Chile has only very small ones, but everything's here. It's like when you put a restaurant, and the other restaurant is just beside, and the other just beside. Restaurant street, this is astronomy street. So this is the case for Chile. And this is the upside-down map of Chile here. And this is my favorite, the telescope that we have been working for several years. I don't know, 5 or more years. But of course, it's under construction. Will start operation in 2025. Actually, it was late 2 years because of pandemic. But it's not the largest telescope in the world. It's 8.4 meters. They are now under construction 30-meter telescope, but has the largest camera in the world, 3.2 gigapixel camera. And the purpose is a little bit different because, well, this is really big data. If you know about big data, this really, because this is a kind of screening the whole sky, looking for everything that move or change. For example, the brightness. Yeah. How many objects do you think that change during the night? People say 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever. Well, no, it's 10 million per night. So it's a large amount. And of course, there are 37 billion objects that we can observe from Earth. And our project is called Broker System ALERCE. ALERCE is an acronym for automatic learning for the rapid classification of events, but in Spanish it's a tree, like this. That's why we have this logo. In English it's redwood. So that is a nice name for us, for Chileans. Anyway, this is something that I like very much because we are talking here about a new instrument, a way to observe the universe in a way that nobody has done in the past. So I expect to find new things. This is what we call discovering the unknown unknowns. So the things that we don't know, even know that we don't know. And why it's important is because from the point of view machine learning, I'm a machine learning guy, I'm not an astronomer, we need algorithms able to discover this as soon as possible. If there is something new, well, we should discover this automatically. Here is something new, and well, of course, the humans, we can observe this and discard this as fake news, but that's something of interest. Okay, let me explain a little bit our project and what we call ALERCE Broker. So on one side, we have the survey telescope. One is the one I mentioned, LST or Vera-Rubin Observatory. It's under construction, but there are several survey telescopes in the world. So we are a broker. That's the meaning. To me, broker was something in business, but here the meaning is intermediary agent between this survey telescope and the rest of the community, that other brokers, other follow-up telescope, the user community. Interestingly, this telescope, the survey telescope, they don't do science. Their mission is to collect the data, do some pre-processing, and that's it. And then we take this alert every night, and we need to process this. The first point will be to say, well, what kind of objects to classify, what is going on. And if there is something of interest, well, we can make a notice, and many telescopes in the world will follow that object. That kind of thing, okay? Okay, so we, ALERCE, we are officially selected to be a broker for LST servers. There are only 7 in the world. One is in France, it's called Fink, our colleagues, and some in the United States, another in Europe, I think. And we are the only one in the southern hemisphere, Chile and the whole southern hemisphere. So we have this mission to be an official broker for 10 years to process all this data and do science also and so on. So anyway, what we process are called light curves. They are time series of magnitude. This is the magnitude of, you can think of the brightness of stars against time. So this is a time series. But are very complicated time series for several reasons. One is that are usually very irregular examples. If you know something about signal processing, the first thing you say, well, what is the sampling rate? Here there is no sampling rate. So forget about this, because the telescope cannot focus that part all the time because of the weather or many other things. So, and there are large gaps like here. If you look at a light curve like here, there are 2 colors because there are 2 bands, spectral bands, the green and red. But you will observe almost nothing. However, this is a periodic star. If we maybe because of this, okay, something from the star. so this is a periodic star, and if we do some pre-processing, we can see the physics. Okay. It's okay now. Okay, thank you. So anyway, we have a kind of taxonomy, basically for you to understand that we are looking for transit events. Supernovae, for example, is the explosion, the death of stars, or some stochastic, there are manifestations of black holes, or some stars are periodic, pulsating, for example, that kind of thing. Anyway, one of the issues is that they're very highly imbalanced data sets. It's natural because if you observe the sky any day, what you will see mostly stars in our galaxy. And then if you have a telescope, you can observe solar system objects like asteroids. And then there are, of course, fake events because of cosmic ray or Elon Musk satellite or whatever, something like that. And then there are a few supernovae and few AGN. So from the point of view of machine learning, this is a problem because usually the scale is not 1 to 10. I can solve that problem, but could be 1 to 10,000 or 100,000, the difference between the number of samples in one class and the other. And that is not easy to do. Anyway, we solved this problem using the random
forest was mentioned in the morning. And I am a neural network guy. I have been always working in neural network since I was an engineer student at this school. I did my memory, how to say, the final thesis as engineer, and model of a neuron.
So I am a neural network guy. I was, of course, wanted to solve this problem using neural networks, but it didn't work. And random forest was better. And we tried many models, and not only me, many people, and random forest was better, because in random forest you can have the features that you want, and that you can collect the features that many people have done, and so on. And because what I mentioned, the regular sample, highly imbalanced, and also variable length, because if something happened last night, I have 1 point. But something happened a year ago, may I have 300 points or more, so the different lengths, everything is complicated. Then, what happened is that a student of mine, Oscar, did his master's degree using attention models. Now are very common, are called transformers. But when we started about 2 years ago, well, some people were using it for natural language processing, but my interest is to process time series that are not natural language processing. So we ended very well, publishing a paper in an astronomical journal, happened to appear in this year, at the beginning of this year. So let me explain very briefly about transformers. First of all of you should know, because when you mention GPT or ChatGPT, the T is transformers. So that's the model they are using, okay? So, and the typical example are using natural language processing. I'm not using natural language processing, but this is a way easy to understand. And interestingly, the typical example is translated French to English. Perfect for today. So, and here, for example, je suis l'étudiant, and the output should be amnesty. Okay? So that means
that we need an encoder for the machine here and a decoder. These are sequence-to-sequence models. Sequence because it's not 1 point to 1 point, several points, several words to other several words. We want to make the translation, okay? And what was interesting for me, the first time I saw this, well, it's strange, because they are working with sequence, but there is no recurrent connection, no convolutions. What is going on here? What I'm talking about, you have seen this slide many times. But anyway, easy to explain that if we have a sentence like, the animal didn't cross the street because it was too tired, and let's say we make a query here, what is it about? We all know that this is about the animal. The animal didn't cross the street because it was too tired. It here is about the animal. Okay? But we want a machine to learn this. And to learn this, of course, using many, many examples. One example is not enough. So if you have thousands of examples, million examples, you can find that there is a strong correlation with the animal and it, and this is called attention. But interestingly, the attention is one-to-many. That means we have computed attention from this word to all other words in the sentence, and so on. So it's one-to-many. But here, still I was confused because, well, where is the sequence here? And the sequence is not here. We are computing one-to-all. You see? It's not here. So what they did in this famous paper from transformers was to inject the information about the position here. So this is large model, and this means this is repeated n times, but here they add the information. Say the information about the position of the word or the position in the sequence of the different things. So if you know something or you like to know something about transformer, this is the key. So it's very important how to do the position and encoding, because the famous one is for words, but if you like to use for different things, you have to think more about what to use here. So what my student did was, okay, let's just start with something that is called autoencoder. That means that we have this light card, and we want to reconstruct here. This is a encoder, a decoder, and this is a reconstruction of the input. So this is an easy task. Well, it's a task that is unsupervised. And here we use the attention model, transformers. What is interesting here that in the middle, we can have a representation vector. That means that we can compact the core information in the input to a representation. What is the advantage of this? Several. One of these is that the length of this representation vector is fixed. And one of the problems is to have a variable length. And with this transformation, everything is transformed to something of the same length. So it's easy problem. And then we just apply a classifier and solve the problem, okay? So here are the first results. Basically, this is our model. The previous one, these are recurrent neural networks. If you know something about this, it's RU and LSTM. Again, when I said that neural network that doesn't work here, it's not because it doesn't work. The performance is a little bit worse. That's the point. You can see here these numbers. But when we compare with random forest, we were almost similar, but we are using 100 data here. But here is an interesting point, because these are our model transformers, the green one. These are recurrent neural networks, and these are the first few days. And then what happens is that if you use features, like a random forest, you cannot measure any feature on 1 point or 2 points. There's no way. It's nonsense to say that what is the mean or the standard deviation of 1 point. You see? So for the first point, it's very important for astrophysics to detect, and our model works very well. Well, then next, another student, Nicolas Stover, who is now pursuing a doctorate degree at Cambridge, he improved the model. He used the transformer with the time series, the log curves, also with the features. Since we thought, okay, the features are good for the random forest, why don't we use these also in the model and so on. And here, interestingly, there was last year challenge that was called Elastic. This is for the telescope that I mentioned at the very beginning. So they created synthetic data. It's not real data, but there was a kind of competition. And 31 models participated in this competition. We competed with 4 models, the one here in yellow. Our model were the top 4 in the world. And the best one was transformers. So after several years, we can have a model better than random forest, right? Transformers. So that was something of interest. Then the last point is that, okay, we have to serve the community in the world. Actually, we have users from 125 different countries. And of course, we have a database because you have to think that we receive alert from the telescope every night. And we have to collect the whole information and make this available for everyone. So we have a SQL database with 20 tables and so on. But if you want to make a query, you will need to generate a code, a program, to say what you want to do. So that's a complex if you just want to use the system. So we say, okay, why we don't use a large language model like GPT-4 or something like that? Because you should know that the large language model like ChatGPT or so have been trained on code language, that's a Python and SQL. And that's nice because it means that I don't need to program on code anymore. And it's true, this is true. Okay, this is an example with GPT 3.5. The request was, give me the object classified as Jan's object, by the large light card classifier with a probability higher than 0.7 with detection in the last month. This is a request from an astronomer. It's not so easy because first the large language model had to understand that this is in table probability higher than 0.7. The detection, the object detection is another table. When you say in the last month, for us it's easy, but for a machine, you need to compute directly and change it every time it's changing. It's already changed. What is the last month, okay? So, and here also there is a nested query. This is what we expected. This is what the machine delivered. It's similar, quite similar. Both of these queries work, code. The execution time is a little bit different, but it's the same output. We're still working on this. You just wait and finish. We're still working on this, but I wanted to point out that transformers are revolutionizing the field of artificial intelligence. And of course, large language model like GPT is a growing research topic with a high potential in astronomy and others, because it's not only using as a conversational tool now, what we're using is multimodal learning. So we combine image, text, and other things, okay? And this is my last slide. You see our name no more, intelligence computation. That's it.
Thank you very much. Very nice talk. Again, for the sake of time, we're running late, but one question is allowed, so please.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting presentation. I have, regarding the final part, I have a question. How do you evaluate that the SQL query that you generate is the right SQL query? How you validate that it's correct?
How to validate the query?
Yeah, that the outcome is correct.
Well, in our case, first of all, it should run. Because if the query doesn't run, then there's something wrong with the program. So also it's timing. So we don't want to expect to wait for 1 day. So that's basic things. And then, in this case, we know what tables should look and what columns should look. So that's another thing. That is the program is not looking at the right table or the right columns. That's is part of the equation. But the most important thing is to identify the objects, the astronomical objects. Usually the question is find the object. So we call this OIDs, object IDs. So if they are not delivering the right object IDs, that also we can measure that. So, but just to finish, we'll learn a lot about what is called now prompt engineering. because it's quite important how you ask the question. And we have learned this very difficult because we started asking the question this way and it doesn't happen. Now we know how to ask the question to the machine. This is from engineering.
That is why I asked for the mic. Yes, I agree with you, probably from engineering and this other RAG, retrieval augmented generation. Maybe you can inject some domain knowledge in the prompt. So the generation is, because maybe there are fields in your table that the model doesn't know.
Just using GPT 3.5.
But RAG is another trick. If you want, we can talk later about it.
Thank you very much, Pablo. Now we continue. Our next speaker is Hernan Lira. Hernan has studied Master of Science in Computer Science in South Korea. He's also engineer from the State of Chile. And now he's working at Inria, Chile, as a data science. With, of course, expertise in data science, but more in particular, deep and reinforcement. And actually, he's going to talk about something that we have discussed in the plenary talk, right? About the vote. Right? So, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about autonomous sailing using multi-objective reinforcement learning. So basically, I'm going to give you some context of the project that we are working on. Then I'm going to talk about the materials we have, the tools, so basically about the sailboat and the simulator we have. And then we move to the learning part, which is, I'm going to talk briefly about reinforcement learning and multi-objective reinforcement learning. So, we are working on an Inria Chile's project, which is called Mistral, and you can see what's the meaning of the project in the slide. Basically, the goal of this project is to design and evaluate a self-learning controller for autonomous sailboats, relying on reinforcement learning and transfer learning. So we are working on this project for around 2 years. Of course, we're working with Luis, with Nayat, also with Andrew, that's over there. It's important to mention that this is an stick and suit project, so this is the program for collaboration between France and South America. We're working with several other teams. For instance, we're working with Philippe Pre, with his team School. We're working also with the IO team, led by Thomas Batein in Paris. They are the ones that are testing their sailboat that is similar to the one we have here. And also we work with researchers from 2 universities in Brazil and one in Uruguay. So basically the project has 2 main approaches. The first one is to simulate everything, to try to build a simulator, to simulate the physical properties, the environment, make the predictions on it, and on top of that, build and apply reinforcement learning on the simulator, right? So we are working on this with Philip, with his team, and also with the researchers from Brazil, mainly. The second approach is about, since we have the boat, so let's try to sensorize the boat, and then we can collect the data and create machine learning algorithms or models based on that data, right? So in this approach, we're working mainly with the IoT team because they are the ones really experts in hardware, sensors, and IoT. So at the end, the idea is to try to mix both approaches, right? So since we have a simulator, we're gonna have a trained model. So let's try to enrich that model with real data to improve and to continually learn how to adapt to the changing conditions, right? For the rest of the talk, I'm going to focus mainly on the first approach. It's the one that is more, we're making more progress in these days. Okay, so let's talk about the sailboat and the simulator. So we have a sailboat in our office. It's a mini version of a real competition sailboat. And all the electronics is provided actually by the IO team in Paris. So we're able to control the boat. And also we have a simulator of the boat. This is, we replicate a work done by Eduardo Vasconcelos of Universidad Federal Fluminense of Brazil, who has also worked with Philippe for quite some time. So we adapted his simulator to our own requirements, our own specific sailboat. So as you may remember from the last slide, we are trying to, based on this simulator that you can see here in the video, and based on top of this, we are trying to apply machine learning and apply reinforcement learning, right? So here you can see that we can change the wind, the rudder, the sail, like manually, and then we can, I'm going to show you how to do it automatically. Okay, so let's move to the learning part, to the reinforcement learning. So Philippe already told us about reinforcement learning, so I'm going to just emphasize some things that are important for the rest of the presentation. So basically, it's a machine learning paradigm, right, that is about to make the agents to make sequential decisions over time. So yeah, I mean, there are a lot of success over the years, especially last year with ChatGPT. In the last part of the training, they use reinforcement learning for alignment mainly. But yeah, in robotics and gaming and all of that. So basically, reinforcement learning is about an agent that is inserted in some environment. So basically, the agent is kind of an entity that is the decision maker, right? So it's can be a robot, can be a game playing AI. And basically, he takes decisions on the environment, and the environment has all the information needed for the agent, like the states and all the rules that he can do. And the environment, after the agent take the action, the environment reply with the state, with the new state, and with the reward. There can be a reward, can be thought also as a penalty function. So yeah, so the agent seeks to maximize its reward, and basically it's learned to solve attacks by trial and error. Okay, so some definitions. So I'm going to briefly explain this. Of course, reinforcement learning is a Markov decision process, right? It has a state, an action, a transition probability between the states. Policy, which is a strategy that maps state to actions. It is denoted by the I of action given the state and define basically the agent behavior. And finally, a reward, which provides a scalar value that quantifies the feedback or quality of the outcome. So the reinforcement learning process is basically that the agent observes the current state. It selects an action based on its policy, perform the chosen action, and the environment responds to transitioning to a new state according to the probability. The agent receives a reward, and finally, over time, the agent aims to learn an optimal policy that maximizes its expected cumulative reward, which is kind of the value function of the problem, right? So in our problem in particular, the agent is the sailboat, the digital twin of the boat, it's the 3D model, and the environment is basically the ocean world. We model all the kind of the physics, the wave, the sea currents, the wind, the clouds in Gazebo, which this is it's not a direct approach. There's a lot of work done here for making this simulation. Okay, so for training, you can see there that we made a kind of a first iteration of the reinforcement learning training. So basically, the agent is trained to reach a single waypoint 100 meters away. And once the agent learns how to reach the waypoint, it can move to the next location. The observation space is composed by the distance to the waypoint, the angle, the velocity, the apparent wind speed, and the apparent wind angle. Initially, we provide a random wind speed, random wind direction, and random boat orientation. The reward is inversely proportional to the distance, and we're using the algorithm of proximal policy optimization. So you can see here that the agent takes around 50,000 steps to reach to converge to the expected value of the rewards. And also, as Philippe said, we collaborated in this paper that is going to be published in NeurIPS, in a workshop on NeurIPS, about the path that the agent can take given different positions. So let's move to the multi-objective reinforcement learning part. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of what we are working on. So first, a little bit of like the motivation of doing this. So as you can imagine, in single objective setting, the goal is quite clear. It is to maximize a single reward function. But in comparison, in multi-objective setting is a little bit different because, in many reward scenarios, there are often multiple objectives that are often conflicting. We need to consider these objectives simultaneously. So for instance, we want to optimize safety while also optimizing high performance. So just to kind of make a comparison with the Markov decision process that I talked before, now in a multi-objective setting. So basically here we have also the state space, the action space, the transition probability, but the difference is that now we have a vector of reward functions, a vector of discount factors, an initial state distribution D, and of course we have a number of objectives M, which is going to be like the dimension for the reward function. So the value function is something like that. So it's expected value for the reward functions over time, multiplied by the discount factor, given a policy, given a state space for a certain time. So the difference here for the solutions of this problem is that in single objective setting, there exists a unique optimal value, and there can be multiple optimal policies with that value, and the goal is to learn an optimal policy, right? But now, in multi-objective setting, there can be multiple possible optimal vectors, and therefore we now have sets of possible optimal value vectors and policies as the solution for the multi-objective reinforcement learning problem. So let's go back a little bit and talk about multi-objective optimization. So basically what we want to do is to optimize a set of functions that we can see like a function per restriction or per objective. So here we have a M functions that we want to maximize given a certain policy, and N is the number of objectives. In our problem, we can think that the function is the value function that we want to maximize. And it's important to notice that in multi-objective optimization, there's no single optimal policies that maximize all the objectives. Instead, a set of non-dominated solution called the Pareto set is desired. So what is Pareto optimality? So we said that pi1 dominates policy pi2 if the function of pi1 is greater or equal than the function of pi2, and these two functions are distinct. And a policy pi is Pareto optimal if and only if it is not dominated by any of the other policies. And the set of all such policies is called the Pareto set, and the image of the Pareto set in the objective space is called the Pareto front, as you can see here in the image. So basically we have here two different metrics in the images that are important to evaluate this kind of problem. The first one is the hypervolume metric, which is basically the area under the curve in this 2D example. And the second one is the sparsity metric, which because in this type of problem, the spread or the density of the the points, it's important to evaluate the quality of the Pareto front. So the Pareto front is basically the line in black, and the Pareto approximations are these red points that you can see in the image. Okay, so there are plenty of multi-objective reinforcement learning algorithms, stateless boundary algorithms, single policy, multi-policy. The one that I'm most interested about is about evolutionary and meta-learning based algorithms. So just to give an example of how this thing works, I'm going to give you, this is the multi-objective deep deterministic policy gradients algorithm. So it starts with the objective vectorization and the rewards for each objectives. And then it's moved to two types of networks. The first one is the actor network, which takes the current state, and the output is the action that the agent needs to do. And then that action goes to the critic network, which estimates the expected return, which is the value function of the problem. And then we need to update the policies and then produce the Pareto front approximation, right? With, the balance between exploration and exploitation, which is critical in reinforcement learning. Okay, so if we want to apply multi-objective reinforcement learning to our own problem, to the autonomous sailing problem, so how can we do it? So I'm going to give you a brief overview of what we're working on. So, for instance, we can think of different types of objectives, like the ones you see there, like speed maximization, stability, safety, path following, avoid obstacles, adaptation to changing environments. Also, we can think of like skill-specific objectives. So we could think that the agents need to master certain skills in order to properly sail. For instance, sail trim, taking, giving, navigation, safety, rule adherence. So then the state could be like the wind condition, the velocity, the position, the angle. The action could be sailboat adjustment to harness the wind effectively. For instance, move the sail angle, the rudder angle. The objective vector could be a weighted ponderation of the reward functions. And of course, with that, we could calculate the policy and the value function using formulas like the ones that I explained before, right? So just to give you an idea of the algorithm that we're working on, this is still not published, so it's just an overview of what we're working. So we're working in three main things. The first one is an evolutionary algorithm for multi-objective autonomous sailing, then a Pareto analysis tool to construct a continuous Pareto representation, and lastly, the multi-objective reinforcement learning software, which is not a direct approach because mixing reinforcement learning with Gazebo, with ROS, and also with multi-objective optimization is not trivial, so it's a lot of work to do there. But just giving an overview, what we're thinking of, like developing in an initial state and random policies optimized by that type of algorithm called multi-objective policy gradient, which basically learns what are the exact or the most optimal weights for the network, and then goes to an evolutionary stage to develop a model for each policy through reinforcement learning and predict the expected improvement with each optimization weight. That goes to, we are going to have pairs of policy and weights optimized by these algorithms, and finally provide the Pareto analysis to find policy families that we can use to make decisions, right? So I'm just going to conclude here. Just wanted to acknowledge all the parts involved in this project. Yeah, if you're curious about this project, please reach out. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
So, questions? Comments? No questions? Okay, Jorge.
a short question. How do you estimate the probabilities in the reinforcement learning process?
Yeah, I mean, basically what we do is there's plenty of ways, mainly algorithm ways. Another is to inspire by other approaches. But yeah, I'm mainly using already set of probabilities. So I think that's kind of a different approach that I'm taking. So I don't know if maybe Philippe or Luis have another answer, but that's in the best of my knowledge what I'm doing.
Okay, so we think again. Thank you, our speaker. Okay, the last speaker of this session, thank you, sir, Luis Valenzuela. A few words about Luis before you start in your slides. You put your slide on the computer. So, he's engineer and PhD in molecular biotechnology from Chile, and actually his interest includes system biology, bioinformatics, and of course machine learning. Now he's a postdoc researcher at Inria, Chile, right? And actually involved in the associated with the project Ocean EA, right? Yeah. So, okay, Luis is going to talk about modeling global plankton communities via multinomics and machine learning approach.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, to present here, because I started my journey in bioinformatics and machine learning here, taking the course that in that time Alejandro Mas organized. And well, now I'm presenting some of the results that we achieved in the projects. First of all, I will give you like an overview of the problem, then I will explain the omics dataset for those of you who are not familiar with, and then I will show you some results that we have. Well, regarding to the problem, you know that we are suffering because of the climate change. This is an animation produced by NASA. You see that there is an even distribution of CO2 emissions around the globe, and in the x-axis you see that there is a scale of time. So this is a simulation, a reconstruction during 1 year, and at the end of the year you see that the scenario is very critical. So seeing this scenario, we need to urgently develop data-driven strategies to try to fight these climate change effects, since this high concentration of CO2 and other greenhouse gases affect the well-being of humans, biodiversity, and the planetary health in general. While we call planet Earth, you see here that the ocean covers most of the 70% of the surface of this planet, and it is also very important to regulate the climate. This capacity of the ocean to regulate the climate is essentially, we can think this given by two variables. First of all, the physical chemical properties of the water, but also because within the water there are living organisms that are also capturing carbon, as I will show you later on. But here, this is another animation from NASA. It's a slow animation that is depicting what is called the thermohaline circulation. And this is one of the greatest circulation around the world. You see here that the warm surface current goes to the North Pole or South Pole, and when they get cold and salty water sinks to the depth, and then it starts a global current that is somehow redistributing the heat of the planet, so it's mitigating the climate change. And when we go to the south, here we see that in the east of the Antarctic, you will see there, the warm surface again goes to the deep ocean and then goes to the around the Antarctica. Well, this is important. The differences of the density of these water masses are important, not only because the ocean is capable to redistribute the heat, but there is a connection between these physical-chemical properties and the biological systems, and I will show you that. This is the same idea, but here the goal of this slide is to show you the idea of layers of the ocean. So you see here, this is the Atlantic deep circulation. You see that both in south or north pole, given the density of the water, this sinks and you produce these like 3 layers of water masses. In oceanography, typically they characterize these water masses by using the temperature salinity profiles or using isotopic analysis. But in the recent years, we are also using a bioinformatic approach to describe these water masses. So here we see that if we really want to understand the whole system, we need to apply tools from different disciplines, because we are not only studying the capacity to absorb heat from the water, but also we need to incorporate the biological system. And not all the huge organisms like whales or animals that we can see, but we should also include the invisible microbiome. The microbiome are the set of all living organisms that are essentially microscopic. We work with data that range from 1 to 0.2 micrometers to 1 meters in the whole scale. But right now we are working at around 3 micrometers organisms. But they're playing a very important role because they are producing half of the oxygen that we are breathing, and they are capturing 30% of the CO2 emissions that we are producing daily. And if you want to, in the context of climate change, if you want to really achieve a useful management of marine ecosystems, we need to bridge the gap between science and policy, us doing this part of the job, and then transferring the result to the decision makers to try to establish, for instance, these marine protected areas, where we are trying to discover the zones or the region of the planet where the carbon is being captured in high rates. So regarding to the project, we have a partner that is a French foundation, Terra Ocean. They have been traveling around the world for the last 15 years, and they have devices that are able to take pictures at different depths, and they also can measure physicochemical properties of the water, but very importantly, they take samples of water from which we can extract DNA or RNA. And this is the whole spectrum of organisms that are being studied. And the goal is very ambitious because we are trying to generate like a global model at the ecosystem level. So we go from the molecules, like genes, protein, and we try to model the biosphere. So the jump is a huge jump. I put these labels here because people from Tara, each of the samples they labeled as a sample coming from the surface, from the DCM, which is the layer of the ocean where occurs the maximum rate of photosynthesis, and MES corresponding to the mesobiologic that are the most depth. Well, if we only have one organisms in a given environment, well, we can sequence its genome and we can also sequence the transcriptome, and from this we can translate this RNA into protein. So when we have this set of all these molecules, we call it genome, transcriptome, proteome, and typically the proteins, if they are enzymes, they produce molecules. So the set of the whole set of molecules, we call it metabolome. But when we have, instead of one organism, and if we have one community, because we are not able to separate the cells, we call this metagenome to all the genes present in a sample, or metatranscriptome, etc. So the data that we have looks like this. Well, you have to imagine that this is data collected over the last 15 years. So we have reads using an old technology, Illumina, that achieve a sequencing length around, using this technology particularly, 90 per base. So we have this amount of little pieces of DNA, and we have to somehow try to recover the whole genome. So it's a very complex task. And when we are able to reconstruct each of the genes present in a given sample, well, that's our reconstruction of the metagenome. You have to think that in this data set, we have around 46 million genes, but we only have around 200 samples. So it's a very high-dimensional problem with a few samples comparing to other deep learning approaches. For those of you who are not familiar, well, a sequence of genes, we can somehow assign a molecular functions. Particularly, here there are 3 different databases. My favorite one is this, KEG. Here I'm showing all the metabolic pathways that we as humankind know. And here the dots represent molecules and the edges represent enzymes. Why I say this? Because, well, in this database we can represent the pathways. For instance, here photosynthesis, each one of these color circles correspond to a protein. Here the lights excite this molecule, this protein, to achieve this proton force that achieve to produce the ATP and the reductive power to produce the fixation of the CO2, meaning the transformation of CO2 in some organic matter like sugars. So we take this data set, and first of all, we wanted to understand the data. So since that we have these 3 different layers, we first try to characterize each one of these, and then try to understand the relationship between these particular genes and the environment in which the sample came from. Well, as I said before, data also measured physicochemical properties. So here we just are doing an embedding. Here, regarding to environmental features, we have like 50 variables. So here we embed it, and we try to discover patterns. So when we, for instance, color based on the polarity, here in blue we see all the samples that came from non-polar regions, and in red from within the polar circle. When we assign the color based on the depth, remember surface, DCM, and meso, we see, for instance, here in green, all the samples that came from the very deep layers and are separated from the other ones. Well, this Sankey plot is only exploring what happens if we change the hyperparameter of this embedding, do the samples cluster across the different values of these hyperparameters. So by doing this, we can explore this local relationship or global relationship depending on this value. This is a typical analysis, like to explore the environmental features, how are they related to each other. And as you see, we started to see some patterns, like some cluster, some behaviors among the variables. For instance, here we have the nitrate and the phosphate, which are very essential for all living organisms, because we need them for DNA and for other organic molecules. So we see here that, for instance, in the very deep layer, we have a higher concentration of these molecules comparing to the surface. When we took from the 40-something million genes when we took all the genes with a known function, a molecular function, we can see this. We have all of these are the final metabolic step, like glycolysis, or all these metabolic pathways that we know, and these are more broader categories. So just to mention something here is, well, we discovered that essentially most of the enzymes are related to carbon sources, and especially with the antibiotics resistance. Regarding to the metagenomic data, we also embed this, in this case by using an autoencoder. So we see again the same pattern. In the previous slide, I showed the environmental features, but here we are seeing the metagenomic content. So again, we see that the green samples correspond to those samples that came from the very deep layers. Here we have again the metagenomics data, but using the three different databases. And no matter which database we use, we see the same pattern. So the depth is one of the most important variables to explain the variability among these data sets. Then we train some classifiers just to understand which are the main difference. I mean, this was not performed to achieve like a higher accuracy or F1, but to understand, because once you have your trained model, you can apply other scores, like in this case, sharp value. Yesterday, Paulo Arcelo gave us a whole talk about this score, but this is essentially a metric score that allows you to assign importance, but evaluating and considering the potential combinatorial effect that this molecular function may have, in this case in the accuracy or any target function that you want to use. Sharp values, and when we map these molecular functions to the metabolic pathway, we see that when, for instance, when we compare the surface to the medium layer, the main metabolic pathways that we enrich are those associated with carbon sources or antibiotic resistance. But when we compare, for instance, with the depth, the very deep layer, we see some names that are associated with neuro diseases, but this is mainly because what is going on here is the adaptation to a high pressure in the deep ocean. So all of these are somehow related to proteostasis, how the proteins are being folded to achieve the final state in which they can perform, for instance, in the case of enzymatic degradation. This is one example. This is why I like the GEFCO database, because we can represent the metabolic pathway in a very direct manner with the interpretation if this gene is overexpressed or underexpressed, etc. Another tool that we explore, instead of using only classifier or regression, we also use DDA, topological data analysis. So this is more abstract in the case of metagenomic data, but we can go beyond to the means and standard deviation, and we can study the shape. So if this data were from proteins, we could establish, for instance, which are the amino acid combination that allows to the protein, for instance, that came from the very deep layer function in that environment. But here is more abstract because we are only using the abundances of the different molecular functions. But we can see the difference. For instance, the mesobiologic layer or this group is the most different as regarding to the other ones. With the meta-T data, the meta-transcriptomic, we see similar patterns. Again, samples from the surface are facing disembedding far away from the samples that came from the deep ocean. The same with the taxonomy data. We see, for instance, that the archaea likes a lot to live in the deep ocean, but bacteria prefers the surface. And for explainability, also we applied a symbolic regression. We have several frameworks, from the very easy one like GPLearn or PySer, or the more advanced like a symbolic GPT. But essentially, this is a machine learning approach in which we can express a formula like this as a graph. So by using a genetic programming approach, we can simulate evolutions, and we can combine these different formulas to achieve, after several generations, one graph that performs the very R-square score. So here, for instance, we try to predict each one of the environmental features using the different data set, environmental data set, meta-T, meta-G, taxonomy, etc. For instance, here we achieve this formula trying to explain the concentration of phosphate in function of these molecular that are related with, as you see, with the depth. The abundance of these particular molecular functions increase with depth, contrary to these two. As we see here, the concentration of phosphate is higher in the depth respect to the surface. So we can have like a meaningful expression, and in an unbiased manner. We don't have to know that these genes are doing a determinate function to use it in this formula. The model learned how to combine these initial features. And this is the last one. What we are doing now, we are moving to the multimodality. Other members of the team are working with the images of the plankton. We are working with the implemental, with the DNA or RNA sequences. And, well, since we have a few samples, let's say 200 samples, we are trying to also train a model to achieve that augmentation in this context. So we have, for instance, tested the typical ones, variation of the encoders, but we want to move also to other more new approaches like optimal transport. And we also are trying to move to use, this is part of the work of Florian, for instance, using NLP model to, for instance, to achieve the 3D structure, or to improve the annotation of the proteins or the taxonomy that we have. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we are finished, but I'm tired, but if there's a question or comment, you'll be very welcome. No questions? Oh, anyone or
Yes, a quick question. Given the importance of this result, when do you plan to write the paper? I think I have been asking this question for a year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Thank you, Hector Ramirez, for his remarks and for sharing the scientific session in Zone 1 of the conference. Thank you. Now we invite you to move to the hall where lunch will be served. At 2 p.m., we will reconvene here to begin the scientific session 2.2, Breakthroughs in Computing, chaired by Nicolas Tabarou from the Gallinet project team at Inria Centre, Rennes University, India. We hope that lunch will also provide an enriching networking opportunity, fostering virtuous connections and scientific productivity. We appreciate your punctuality in returning to the room at 2 p.m. so we can fully adhere to the agenda. Thank you.